with the Mulligan, half a day in Hickey, and I have to be quiet because, as we know, roommate's sleeping, but it's a work day, so we get to stream early. Also, hello, Oxenfree! Half a day, I can. I'm trying to contain my excitement, but in order to contain that excitement, we're just gonna play some more Ace Attorney Chronicles, but I figured out where the tiny missions are. They're in special contents, and escapades is what they're called. And it's all these episodes. So I figure once we're done with the first game, maybe we play like half of these, but I'm also thinking maybe I just do them all in a row since it's like short little stories. So I think once we finish the first game and the second game, we'll just do all this. That way all this stuff is like self-contained. But off we go to continue. Ooh. I like the many different interpretations of this story.
Sholmes's cry pierced through the thick wall of fog around us. Wisps of vapor flowed over the pistol as I cocked it, and I waited breathlessly in the stillness. The silence lasted for what seemed an eternity, until, at last, it appeared. From the shadows of the cloud, an enormous beast sprang out upon us. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Its rumbling pant and hideous howl, so terrified was I that I began to tremble with fear. "Look well, Wilson," Sholmes declared, gazing upon the mystical beast. "For this is the diabolical hound of the Baskervilles."
Oh, silly me, I have to hit the story mode. Bam. You're right, I did forget to put on captions. Hold on, they're coming. Sweet, captions on, and oof. You got this, Jones. He's so precious. I love him. Look at his little bow tie. With how high costs are in London, I wouldn't be surprised if using pawnbrokers is common. I'd imagine so. I mean, I know people here in America use pawnbrokers pretty often to, like, you know, pay bills or whatnot, and then once they have income again, they go and get their stuff back. That or garage sales. It's like, well, gotta make rent. Time for a garage sale. But hi, Harold. Heck Ian. We're on case number 5. We were able to do case number 3 and 4 on the last stream, so I don't think we'll finish the 5th one today, but I imagine we'll get like a pretty good chunk through it. Child Watson is good. Well, but ignore the cat. They're good. They're very good at inventing things. And they're the ones who write the stories. So essentially it is Watson as a tiny, petite, pink-haired female who likes to invent things. Going well. It's going well. You're exactly right. If that isn't Ace Attorney nutshell, I don't know what is. Right? You gotta... All companions and sidekicks must be tiny women, but who are strong and ferocious and intelligent in their own way. You know, like, what? Phoenix, she was a spirit medium. She was super smart and intelligent. And then Edgeworth had a thief in training. And now Holmes has Watson, who's an inventor, story writer. I don't really get a lot of doctor vibes from her, but, you know, it's fine. And then we have our legal assistant, who carries a 50-year-old outdated law book. But that's okay, she's learning. Right, and maybe, you know, she can invent a way to heal you. But it does fit the vibe. And I guess maybe they also didn't want to make her a doctor, because when was it? When did the British allow females to even, like, practice medicine? Because they were like, oh, a woman, how can she help? She doesn't know anything. And it's like, well, if you don't teach me, of course I'm not going to know. And they're just like, oh, but they're such frail creatures, they can't stand the sight of blood. And it's like, do you know who you're talking to? I gotta stand the sight every month. What are you talking about? Such a weird argument to hear from people sometimes. But maybe that's why she's not, like, full-on doctor, because she's possibly female or just too young. And they're like, let's just make her inventor. That works better. 1865, Elizabeth Garrett Anderson became the first woman in Britain to qualify as a physician surgeon after exposing a loophole in the Worshipful Society of Apothecaries admissions process, passing her exams first time. 1865, and we're in the Victorian era, which is like early 1900s. Because when was the treaty signed? The treaty was like signed like early 1900s, right? Because this is like based shortly after the treaty between Japan and UK. Okay, so it wouldn't be unheard of for her to be like, I did it. Actually, hold on. They probably covered it. I just probably don't remember. But how old is our Wilson? Oh! I thought she was at least like 13, 14. She's 10. Holmes? Why are you living? Okay, so she does have a degree in medicine and is the author of a popular series of short stories published. Why is he living with a 10-year-old? Okay. Sure. Oh, this just got a little problematic. Like, I get she's super smart and all, but like, I know they kind of talked about it with her, where they were like, hey, why do you live here? And she was like, oh, it's easier to pay rent. Because, she's like, I think she pretty much said no one would rent to a child. So she's like, but this guy needed a roommate, and I needed a roommate, so it works out for both of us. Oh, Ace Attorney. Questionable team-ups as always. Like, what was her name? Regina? I think she was like 15, 16, and she was like, I'm gonna get married to this like 34-year-old man, and I was like, Sus all around. Oh dear God. Oh. Huh? That is... Why are you so calm about this? Windy Bank? Windy Bank. Remember, all their names are puns. I feel like this happy-go-lucky music is a little too happy for what we're witnessing. Oh, jeez. Okay, thank God. I feel like we could just have a normal conversation. We don't need to threaten anybody. Okay. Well, I like your hair and mustache, Mr. Windybank. Just please don't do it again. I will admit the animation was spot on. Just the running over. Exactly. Shoots himself in front of a 10-year-old. Shoots himself, I think, our assistant's 16, and I'm like 18, 19, and then Holmes is... That's... Ugh. Way to scar everybody in this room, sir. You can't just say, wait before you die, tell me more. Can someone please take the gun from Mr. Windybanks? This isn't great for anybody. Oh, yeah, somebody please take the gun away from him. does that mean if we go to, whenever we go to trial or court, he's gonna be like that in the courtroom as well? What if that's his exaggerated animation? Like, it goes off, but it's like a fake toy gun, you know, that says bang or something. Or maybe like a little bird comes out and he goes like cuckoo kind of vibe. Let's see if they gave us his first name yet in the thing. Court record. People. Pop Windy Bank. He has a very great sense of responsibility to his clients. Pop Windy Bank. Yeah, I guess Pop goes the weasel. Maybe not Windy, maybe Wind Eye Bank. Pop Wind Eye Bank. I don't know, there's a pun in there somewhere. I would agree. His head certainly will go pop. I wonder if a quick Google search will tell us what the pun is for his name, besides the obvious pop. Okay, I think I found something. His full English name may be a play on pop in the bank, with pop being an informal British term for pawning something. I've literally not heard of either of those. Well, maybe you're not fully British then. No, I'm kidding. It's probably just like a regional thing, or maybe it's just an old-timey thing. Let's see. Development. In the art of Daigayatoten Saiben, Naruhodo Ryosonkyo's no Bokken Kayuzero Nuri states that Windy Bank's design was based on a certain character's image as requested by Shu Takumi. Windy Bank bears a strong resemblance to Yabez Wilson, the pawnbroker in the 1984 Sherlock Holmes TV adaptation The Red-Headed League, whose source material is referenced in Sholmes' initial deduction at Windy Bank's shop. Windy Bank's sweat-wiping animation may be based on a similar motion Wilson makes in his introductory scene. Oh, he does kind of look like him. Old-timey or regional makes sense, right? I'm gonna say probably old-timey, because I've heard people say, like, I'm gonna, pop into the store real quick. So maybe that's where it comes from. Like, I'm popping into the store. He's a pawn shop, so a pop in the store is what I'm guessing. But I was like, I don't know British terms, so I can't help you with the pop being for pawning. I was like, I know pop here is soda. But yeah, you know, pop into the store. That's cool. So he's based off a Sherlock person from the movie. That's pretty cool. Oh, speaking of character designs, I went on a deep dive on a Voldo's character from Soul Calibur because I was just like, what inspired this outfit? And they were like, oh, in this game, it was spider themed. That's why he has colorful fur. And I was like, oh, the codpiece should have been a huge sign that this was spider themed, but I see what you mean now. Now you pop in somewhere. Yeah. Well, I guess he's gonna pop his head off too. But my goodness, the concept art for him was just fantastic. Then again, I think all concept art is pretty to look at. Like, I know Ace Attorney has some concept art for characters where you're like, wow, so many different iterations of this person. I'm kind of curious to, like, see what the different versions of, like, Wilson and Sholmes were. Heck, even our pro tag, I wonder if they were like, do we have the same hairstyle, or do we make it a bit more not obvious that this is his ancestor? Ooh, precious violin. Wow, it's gorgeous. Couldn't have Phoenix hairstyles. The hair gel hadn't been invented yet. In terms of regional terms, like there's multiple terms for when you have something in a bun, depending on region. Something in a bun? This isn't related to like bun in the oven, right? This like jelly filling, I'm guessing, or a cream filling. Oh man, regional terms be wild. Like sometimes you might have like sausages in a bun or something. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's many different words for those types of buns. And it's like, I know different regions, different countries, they'll just be like, no, it's called this. And it's like, well, it's the same thing. It's bread that has a little sausage in it. It's just, you know, one's from a different country, but it's the same food. I guess the ingredients would be different, right? Different types of wheat, different types of meat. cob, a roll, a bun, a barm, a batch, a bap. For all different terms we have, a bun tends to be very depending on region. I've heard roll and bun. Everything else is new to me. Oh, that's cool. A cob. I'm just gonna think corn on the cob. A barm. A batch. A bap. A bap. Bap, 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 bap. Sorry. It's a fun sounding word. What's up, Lestrade? Lestrade. There's a streamer I know, also Brit, but not currently living here. She's very particular about which word she thinks is right, and it's very funny. Oh. Like, which is the correct word for the bread roll with something inside it? Interesting. I'm guessing, it's based on the region she's from? Or is it maybe like a conglomerate of all the words put together? Could you imagine if you did put them all together? Like, just what? Can I get a cob roll bun barm batch bap? Or would you shorten it so like co-ro boo ba ba ba? You just take like the first two letters. Can I get a kuro ba 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 ba? Silly, I like it. Great, now I want a Kuro bun, or Kuro boo, ba 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 ba. Sounds like a Bubble Boo character. Or JoJo character. Kuro boo, ba 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 ba. Though I guess you could rearrange the first two letters of those words to make something a bit more easier to say than kuro boo, blah 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 blah. Maybe the ba could go in between them. So like ku ba ro ba boo ba. That kind of works too. generally call it a bun, but round here it's sometimes called a barm, especially when it comes with something in it. Sometimes barm cake or sausage barm, something like that. Interesting, a barm. I know, I don't think it's the American term, but like we say kolaches or kolachas. It's like, you know, it's a little bread bun with something in it. But then I know we like differentiate where it's like, oh, this is a Polish kolache, or this is, you know, a different kolache. A picture. Ooh, let me look. Oh, okay, so it's like, it's a cut bread roll with sausages in it. That doesn't look like a tiny bun, that looks like a sandwich. Oh my god. I can see someone being like, what is this, a sandwich? And they're like, oh, how dare you, American? This is a barm. It just looks like a sandwich. Interesting. We are learning so much today about food. I have been enlightened. A barm. Well, I guess if I'm ever in the UK, I know what to expect if I'm like, ah, I will take one barm, please, with your finest sausage. Ooh, bacon. Oh my, yeah, it's a meat sandwich. I don't know why it looks huge. Maybe because there's like 4 pieces of sausage in it. My brain's like, this must be a huge thing. Depending on the region. Okay. Good to know. If you go to the wrong place, they might look at you funny. I mean, I feel like if they hear me speak, they'll be like, American? I'm like, yeah. I'm not gonna call it a sandwich because that's wrong in all the regions, but essentially I want your meat sandwich. If they make a funny face, then I guess I'm not good at customer service then. Not to say that the customer's always right, but sometimes your customers are stupid. It is I. I am the stupid customer. I probably would just read what's on the menu. If the menu says barm, I'll be like, can I get a barm? And if they're like, oh, it's actually called a cob here. And I'm like, well, your menu says barm. So who's the silly now? Oh yeah, no, like it, you know, that is a good question. What is the difference between a sandwich and a burger? I guess a burger normally has hamburger meat in it, and a sandwich is usually cold. Sometimes it's warm though, you know, you butter the toast, you put some turkey on, sandwich. What is the difference now? We'd call it a beef burger. Beef burger. It's kind of like the debate, you know, is a hot dog a sandwich or a burger? Or even is a hot dog a sandwich? This is normally what I hear people say. And they're like, well, what makes a sandwich? Well, what makes a burger? Literally fun food for thought. I'll think about this later, because it is hard to think about different food dynamics in regions while trying to read. Because they are speed talking. I'm still waiting for, like, the crime to happen, because I mentioned the Hounds of Baskerville, so I'm like, is there gonna be, like, an actual dog attack? Is it just somebody's gonna get murdered? Like, what is gonna happen? I don't know. You'll have some people who argue that it's a type of sandwich because, you know, they're like, well, a sandwich is when you put something between two pieces of bread. It's like, well, this is between two pieces of bread. So, it's a fun little thought exercise. Right? Like, are they gonna blame whatever crime on, like, a cute puppy? And they're like, he was vicious. He ripped her apart. And it's like, sir, this is a chihuahua. It could bite you, yes, but I don't think you saw it as a 4-foot beast rip somebody apart. And they're like, no, it was this dog exactly. Just for some reason it's small now. So, I mean, it's Ace Attorney. Who knows? You left out that the dog was 10 foot tall. Falls backwards and collapses, then Judge Banks is gonna order, say it again with the inclusion of the dog's size. Yes, Your Honor. The dog was 10 feet tall, and that's who ripped apart the victim. Was he related to Clifford? Oh my god, I actually would love that. He was bright red like the devil himself. And I heard somebody say, Cliff, come here, boy. Actually, you know what? When does Clifford the Big Red Dog go into public domain? Because I can see so many people making horror movies because it's a giant dog. What's to stop him from just, you know, pawing at like a wooden house and being like, yummy humans inside. Yum, 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 yum. Well, exactly, but that's because he's in the public domain now, just like how Steamboat Willie and Popeye are in the public domain. So, I'm like, when does Clifford the Big Red Dog go into the public domain? Because that's probably going to be one of the first things, is a horror movie. Reminds me, I still need to watch those movies. Just to see them. Just to be like, yep, that's a movie. Nah, 'tis the movie maker way. Also, I found out that Clifford the Big Red Dog, the original 1963 book, is in the public domain, but any book after it is still copyrighted. So you can't use the likeness of anybody from any of the other books unless they're in the first book, which means 1963 Clifford could be used as a slasher fic. Yeah, essentially Steamboat Willie is what he's called, because that's like the animation, but it's like the black and white Mickey Mouse. It's like you can have him with his little steamboat hat and, you know, black and white overalls, but as soon as you put him in those red pants, bum bum, Disney will hunt you down. Interesting. So what is the difference between the 63 book and like the ones after? I mean, it's still the same dog, right? Like, how would you make it very clear that this is not the dog from the others? Or because if you make it live action, you can see people being like, whoa, this looks like the recent Clifford. No, but it's like Steamboat Willie and Mickey Mouse look very different. Like, it's the same character, yes, but they look very different, so it's easy to be like, no, I'm not breaking any copyright laws, I'm using this character. But with Clifford, he's a red dog with a slightly different design. Maybe it's the fact that he has a black collar with, like, little studs on it. Because I think in the newer books, they remove that. Yeah, I think making it live action would be difficult because all the characters, minus Clifford, are like in black and white. If you made an animated thing, that could work. If you just keep the characters black and white, it's like, well, I'm using this book as reference. Interesting. Well, obviously, what's her name is in there. Well, looks like I'm going down a rabbit hole. After stream today, I'll just be like, what would I need to make a Clifford movie? I guess you could make new characters, like characters that aren't in any of the books. So that way there's no copyright at all. Oh man, you'd have to like read all the Clifford books and be like, okay, can we make sure that there is no mailman called Steve? You know? Nah. The whole point is to make a movie about Clifford the Big Red Dog. If we make it on an entirely new figure, then it's not a movie about Clifford the Big Red Dog, is it?
This is big brain time.
I don't know, that mouse one looked pretty good. Because I think they had to, like, make the mask, and I was like, damn, that looks like a really good mask. The Winnie the Pooh, that mask was made way before it came into copyright or the public domain. But that mouse mask, I was like, damn, who's in that costume? I was like, they did a phenomenal body acting job, or I guess monster acting, if you want to call it that. I only saw the trailer, and that's like what got me hooked, because I was like, oh, it's not gonna be good. And then I saw what the monster looked like, and I was like, damn, I kind of want to watch it just for the evil mouse costume. I think they're like in a sewer, like that's the story, you know, he's a giant rat in the New York sewers, and I was like, sure, well, let me see it. Also, I figured I would set, for anyone curious, and just to make sure we're all talking about the same one, this is the scary mouse I'm talking about. Like, I'm not talking about the ones that are like, oh, Mickey Mouse. And I'm like, no. This is the Mickey Mouse. horror that I'm talking about. I'm talking about Screamboat Willie. Because, like, just the costume. Just the mask. I was like, damn. Because I'm like, that looks like really good prosthetic work. And, like, just the floof and, like, the hat and, like, the ears and everything. It's not just somebody wearing a Mickey Mouse mask and, oh, I'm the bad guy. It's like, no, like, they made, like, a whole outfit for this guy. And they gave him the blackout eye contacts. And I'm like, oh, those are a nightmare to put in. So I was like, this is the spooky Mickey Mouse I'm talking about. Because you look at the other ones and you're kind of like, meh. So for anyone curious, I posted a link in the chat. Because yeah, if you just type in Mickey Mouse horror, you get like a plethora of things. Let me see if I can pull up. Yeah, it's just like little masks. I'm like, no, I want a full thing. I think like there's one where it's just a dude in a Mickey Mouse like face and he's like shirtless with an axe and I'm like, no. No, give me full scary mouse. And I guess another way to look at it, I know we're still on this topic, is it's one character, right? One concept, a mouse on a boat. And they're like, all right, how many ways can we interpret this as a horror movie? So I think that's just a creative, fun exercise because it reminds me of the 48-hour film challenges I used to do where they're like, here's the prop, here's the character name, here's the like line you have to say, and here's your genre, right? And like most people got like the same genre or different genre. So like you and a team like both got, you know, rom-com. It's like, okay, what are 2 ways we can interpret a rom-com with this prop item, this character, and this line? So I don't know, I think it's really cool to see people get really creative with the same concept where they're like, all right, a mouse on a boat, but make it horror. And then you have all these different versions and it's like, cool. We're going to make it like just a crazy guy, or we're going to make it a guy who is like a demon, or we're going to make it an actual mouse, but like make him human size. Well, now he's an actual mouse, but he's mouse size. Right? They made like a monster thing. So it's like, is it a monster? Is it an experiment gone wrong? Is it an alien? Like there's so many ways that can be interpreted. And I think that's beautiful. I love it so much. Because, you know, I used to do the films. So it's like, kudos to you for being like, this is our vision. This is what we're going to do. We're going to roll with it. It's beautiful. believe in you. I've done oodles of short films. So, I would say the know-how essentially is just very beginner baby steps. You know, what's the story? How many actors do you need? Do you have a location? And do you have equipment to film it? Right, that's like step one. You know, that's what you would call the pre-production. And then the budget, that's where a lot of people are like, eh. So, I know some people, like when they do a short film, they go very, very basic. Right, they're like, cool, I'm gonna film it at my house with my friends, and I'm gonna write the script, and I'm gonna film it with my phone, right? In order to polish something, it has to exist first, right? Like, some people make short films, and people like the story so much, they then are like, hey, let me be your producer, let me throw money at you. But most of the time, it's a lot of out of your pocket, or businesses sometimes will give you stuff. Like, I know at least in Texas, if you're like, hey, I'm filming a short film in the area, and I would like to buy, you know, some coffee from you guys, from my actors, they'd be like, oh, we'll give it to you for free or half off. So you'd be like, sweet. And that was like a way of them sponsoring, so that way like actors or whatnot could be like, oh, Dunkin' Donuts gave you coffee? I better go get some Dunkin' Donuts. It's like free advertisement, right? Actors, you could hire people or free. Some people do it for free. You know, like a lot of students or actors that are like just starting out, right? They want to add something to their resume, to their reel, right? Their acting reel. So if it is your, you know, when making your first one, you be very clear and upfront with them. You're like, look guys, this is my first short film. Here is what I'm planning to do. So like XYZ. Do you have like a college or school nearby? Sometimes they have like film programs, or even like a film club. Like I know like a lot of schools will have like a film club, or even just the city might have something. Like maybe your town has a 48-hour challenge. I know they're worldwide, and that's a way to like get your foot in the door and like learn stuff. But yeah, you could always, and if you really wanted to, you could essentially, what I call it is go the TikTok route, where you are all the actors. You just put on like different hats, right? So like if you need a bad guy and a good guy, and let's say the good guy's a lady, then you just, you know, put like, what is it they normally do? They put like a little dishcloth on their head just to like symbolize, you know, it's long flowing hair. And it's like, there you go. Basic short film. But yeah, depending on how extravagant you go, it could be cheap, or it could be very expensive, or free, if you know the right people and work hard and all that jazz. Like, I think our short films were like, I want to say like a couple $100s, because, you know, we buy food or have to like buy a specific prop. Because, you know, they'd be like, oh, you guys need a tennis racket. And it's like, oh, okay, which of us have a tennis racket? And of course, if nobody has a tennis racket, then off to the Goodwill. Or I guess in this case, a pawnbroker shop. A secondhand shop, if you will. So it's like, we need a tennis racket. Well, don't buy a brand new one. Just go buy a used one for like $1. And then, if you have the receipt, sometimes you can return the items, and you might either get like all your money back or like half your money back. So if you have to like buy stuff for a specific scene, it's like, hey, don't take the tags off. Like if you're, ooh, there's another thing. Amazon has try before you buy clothing options. So if you need like a specific outfit, you can get that, right? Have them wear it for the scenes, and then send it back and be like, no, thank you. It didn't fit, or I don't need it. I don't know. Is that actually against the rules? That might be against the rules, but you are trying it before you buy it. I would make sure to read the fine print on that. But I know that was a thing where it's like you could try it before you buy it, and if you don't send it back, then they charge you the full price, and you keep it. If you're not comfy with secondhand item clothing. I don't know, I could talk about this forever. I just I like making films. It's a lot of fun. I know a lot of people get stuck in their heads and they're like, yeah, I've had this idea for 5 years, but I don't know how to start. And I'm like, just start it. It's like, it's got to start as something. If it comes out as poop, then at least it's poop that exists and you can work upon it. You can improve the poop, but you can't improve nothing. Anyway, back to the game. Sorry, I went on a little rant there about short films.
Take that!
Fair. If you were to do a short film, be a sort of proof of concept for Harold World as a whole. Well, think about it like this. Who's to say you can't make multiple proofs of concepts, right? You're like, all right, this is the proof of concept I made in 2025 with no budget. And it's like, all right, now this is the proof of concept for 2026 where I have a little bit of a budget and I got like, you know, a professional actor to be this guy. Or like, you know, the voice actors, you can have them voice the arts. Like, all right, here's another proof of concept with an even bigger budget, you know, to show the progression. Like, there's nothing saying it has to be one and done. Like, you can make multiple. Like, I know some indie devs, like, they'll make a trailer, right? They're like, here's my teaser trailer. And then they're like, oh, I added some stuff, so here's a better trailer. And they're like, oh, the game's about to launch. Here's an even better trailer. Right, because, like, you have the art and the voice acting for the games. So it's like, you could potentially use that already as voiceover stuff. So, like, even if you get an actor and he doesn't speak, right, you have the voiceover lines from the games, and that could just be like internal monologue, thoughts, the narrator, right? And be like, oh. There's so many ways to do it, and it's beautiful. Ooh, and then if you make the short film, you can always enter it into film festivals or contests, and sometimes they have prizes. You know, they're like, oh, you use this, ta-da, you get a new camera, or like, oh, you get a $100 gift card. Congrats. And then if you want, you could put it also up on YouTube, and that's just another way to spread the word of Harold World. And then obviously, if you're a YouTube partner, you can make some ad revenue off of it, which will then fund the next one. Because I imagine you could probably make a short film of each different vampire clan. Right? It's like, oh, this is what they look like. This is what they do. Because I know you did that already with, like, the shorts and, like, explaining it. So it's like, ooh, we go more into depth. Character design. More culture. The possibilities are endless. Decent driving distance. Yeah, I mean, if your old university kind of already was being weird about the whole like alumni thing, then I'd be like, maybe not ask. Then again, I imagine you could always like send an email, but if not them, then it's like, I imagine there's other film groups in the area. If not, there's plenty of YouTube videos out there of like how to do this, but I know some of them kind of make it gatekeepy. But also, hello Harold, my name is NinaMeep. I have made award-winning short films, so if you have questions, I will gladly answer them. Now granted, they're not like Grammy, Oscar, or whatever, you know, well-known awards, but I'm like, they're local to my area in Texas. Our films consistently won, and we made got some decent awards, and one of them, which I acted in as a lead character, was so good that it got us into Filmapalooza in LA, and I got to show off my short film to other filmmakers that were from around the world. Now let me tell you, America sucks. Because the other contestants, like the ones from like China and like just any European or Asian country, they all had like government backing. Like, you know, in the credits, you know how you normally see like, oh, funded by or produced by. And like all of them had like government, like Australia like was like helped. They're like, yeah, we gave some money, we gave them some stuff. But like, God, that Chinese film was so good because it was like a period piece, and they were like at a temple, had a boat, were on the river, and like beautiful dialogue and music and everything. And like you kind of just see us like looking at each other like, oh my God, how did we get here? Our film looks like trash compared to these other short films. So I imagine that the UK might have something where they're like, oh, you want to make a film and like put it in a contest? Sure, we'll give you like a budget or something. How much to hire you? My knowledge is free. I will happily give my knowledge for free and whatever expertise I can help with, because that's what I did with my short films. I wasn't paid to do them. Shoot, the one that I won an award to go to LA for, I wasn't paid to do that. It was just like, hey, can you run sound and act in it? And I was like, sure, I can do that. And then I did. And then people after the screening were like, oh my God, what's up? You're Skull Crusher. And I was like, what? And they're like, remember? And I was like, oh yeah. Because in the short film, I crushed my husband's skull in the movie. And they're like, so good. And I was like, thank you. And I was like, I really put my emotions into it, because I was like, all right, time to think about something super sad and cry as I do this. And it was great. Right. Definitely not happening here in America. Dear God, no. But it was just crazy seeing all these other countries have official government backing from like whatever little, you know, office or whatever. And like, not like big government, probably like local to their town government. You know, public office. Yeah, I will happily answer all questions. And it's like, that's not to say that like, oh my God, all my short films are amazing. It's like, no, compared to the other people at that time, at that contest, they were like best design, best this, best that. And I know like, what is it? Some of the films I worked on were more like the award is for the film, not for the individual person, except one of them. One of them was specifically like, good job, Nina. And I'm like, good, because I was the one who did the hair and makeup, and this award was for hair and makeup, so it's me. So I was like, this is my award. So, but usually the award is like for the whole film, so everybody gets it. But I was able to snag a few personally for me. See, now I'm curious, does the UK have a film thing? I know you guys have film festivals. God, I'm not the butt. God, you have like... What? Okay, there's like 43 film festivals in London alone. There's 6 of them in Greater Manchester. Wow. Yeah, no, there's oodle film festivals. And you don't have to enter them. It's just there. Award for the people sitting there allowing them to do hair and makeup. And that's called the actors. They get their own award. British Film Commission? Hold on. Turn off the story mode because I'm reading something else now. British Film Commission. There are a wide range of national regional funding incentives to offer to productions working in the UK. For information on the individual incentives, please contact us or follow the links below. UK-wide funding. The BFI provides a wide range for UK film and TV development production, which includes international co-productions, completion, heritage, and distribution funding. P.4 is Channel 4's film production arm who develop and finance films for theatrical release in cinemas. Global Screen Fund, designed to boost international development, production, distribution. Enterprise Investment Scheme, designed to help smaller, unquoted trading companies to raise finance by offering a range of tax reliefs to investors. Okay. So it seems to be more like big company, right? But it's like, that is a thing. If you were to be like, hey, I'm a tiny company, and I would like some tax relief so I could make this thing. Regional and national funding, the Liverpool City Region Production Fund, Yorkshire Content Fund, West Midlands Production Fund. Okay, yeah, so it looks like the UK government has a film funding thing of some kind. And you could probably be like, hey, I want to make this. Can you help me? And they might be like, yeah. Or they might be like, no. So, cool to know. I'm glad that your government cares more about you than ours. Yeah, I've seen some crazy films where people just like using their phone. And was it DaVinci is free, so if you need to edit or color correct, huzzah. That's true. We're pretty bottom of the barrel right now. But yeah, DaVinci be free, so you can use that for any like editing or anything. What, like, you don't have to get microphones, but it's like, I know, you know what, those little like interview mics that people have where it's like you'll see like a little fake hand holding it. It's because it's like a little clip mic and they just point that at people. Like, that's a thing. Or you could dub it all, you know? Possibilities limitless. I see, Sholmes. You too are a thief. Nope, stop it. Stop. Pretty sure plotting to rob is a crime. No idea how to write for short films. Like, I've written for short stories, longer fiction, and video games, but short films aren't really something I know how to write for. The considerations are so different. Are they? I mean, I'm thinking back to, like, Herald Files, right? Like, the guy in the chair, right? Contemplating, you know, pulling the thing, but he already did. Talking to the vampire lady. Like, that's a short film right there. The dialogue is all right there. Really, you just have to decide, do you want just one camera angle? Do you want two? Like, you could just have that as a POV. Like, you kind of already wrote a short film right there in that little episode. Because it's like, yeah, the actress can just stand in front and just say those exact lines. And, you know, your guy's to a chair. He's not really going anywhere, but you could, like, probably do some, like, finger acting, like, see some movement. But you just keep the camera steady, or have it, you know, on his head, I guess, or in front of his eyes. So, like, if he's looking somewhere, the camera sees where he's looking with his eyes. Or you just pop it on the side of him, you know, camera, have it on a tripod, and just see their side profile as they talk and have this dynamic with some limited movement. And then, of course, there's more complicated where you're like, oh, you know, face shot, you know, chesting up, over the shoulder, you know, so many different ways. But I think you got it. Like, you've already written it. Now you just gotta figure out what kind of camera angle you want the people to see it as. you can make a new story, but like just trying to show that like you know how to write already. Like, you've written beautiful stories with characters and, like, you know, obviously the visual novel's like, oh, pick and choose, but it's like, that's the story. And that honestly is the joy of it. You could make 3 versions of the same film where it's like, oh, if he chooses to go and tell the father that he saw something suspicious, or it's like, oh, he decided, nah, I'm gonna go home and forget that I ever saw this, or 3, he just goes down into the crypt himself. Like, there's nothing saying that you can't make the same story with 3 different endings. That is the beauty of filmmaking. You can make it whatever you want to be. help and to help, gas you up to make your short films. Because it's like nothing says your short film has to be live action. It could still just be pictures. It could still just be the characters that you have. Shoot, it could just be one picture with an epic voiceover narrative. The joys of filmmaking. It could literally be anything. It could be claymation if you so choose. It could be 2D animation paper on lined paper, just or, you could just hold up a kitty cat and just have him do like a little dance and be like, here you go, this is my cat acting.
I know.
Me begins claymation. Me 20 years later, it's finished, crumbles into dust. Okay, well, we've gotten a lot better with claymation, and it doesn't have to be, smooth like Paranorman. It can just be very basic. I guess the first thing to learn if you were to animate something, be it claymation, 2D, or visuals like your visual novels. I mean, beats, right? Where it's like, okay, each animation has a beat, and obviously if you put more, frames into it, it becomes smoother. But it can be very, very blocky. Yeah. Plus, if you do make a proof of concept, right? And it's just something simple, and you have people who watch it, and then you make another proof of concept, but it's improved, they could be like, oh yeah, remember when this character was just like a static image? And now look at them. Now they can move their arms. And then it's like, you improve upon that. And it's like, wow, look at them. Now they're like fully moving in 3D. Whoa. So it's like, they can also enjoy the journey of it, of seeing the improvements and progression. Like, what's his name? Is it Fenra? Farah? He's an animator, right? And he's been making his, what do they call them? Kibawakians? His little Kibawakian monsters. He's been 3D animating them. And he made silly little short stories to just, test animation. And then now that his book is out, he's now making stuff kind of based off his book. And people are just like, wow, you remember when the fur animation used to look like this? Now look at it. It's gorgeous. So it's cool. Your fans could enjoy the journey of seeing Herald World improve over the years and get better and better. Be like, man, remember when it was just a cool visual novel? Now look at it. Now it's releasing in theaters. Wow. The possibilities are endless, I say. Do it. Die with no regrets, dang it. Do it. Do whatever you want.
Mr. Sholmes!
Mr. Narado!
How bad is it?
Never mind me, but there's much at stake. Behind that door. In the storeroom. Hurry!
It's Gina!
Oh my goodness, I'm back. I didn't know if you guys could hear me in the kitchen. I was just like, no! It's just like, no, please. But I know Gina was unconscious, but I think because she was in the vault, right, in the safe with him, they're thinking she shot him. But I don't think she shot him. I'm guessing whatever happened. But it's just like, he definitely didn't kill himself because he got shot in the back, so I know that's going to be ruled out. Oh, but they're probably going to talk about it. So I'm assuming Gina probably saw who shot him and then probably hid in the safe with him, and then she was unconscious for whatever reason. The hound had a gun. There you go, exactly. The hound had a gun. It went bark, bark. Well, I guess now we're going to go through all the different possibilities instead of just being like, Gina, who did you see shoot Mr. Windibank? I hope she saw, otherwise it's going to get really awkward. The Chihuahua was possessed by the ghost of Jack the Ripper. Actually, would that work? When was his murder spree? Hold on. Jack the Ripper. Oh, in 1888? Okay, you know, honestly, yeah, that could work. That could work. He might have been dead by then. Makes perfect sense. Oh yeah, right, because she writes all of Sherlock Holmes's stories, so I imagine she's seen all the murder scenes. It's a very desensitized 10-year-old. Well, she somehow got a medical degree on her own, so I imagine if they did try to use her to go up into chimneys to clean them, she would just scamper away. She'd be like, nope. Yeah, I don't know why they don't think that the two people who shot him also shot Windibank. So I'm guessing this is going to be a point we're going to bring up in the trial, or even now, and be like, actually, the two people who shot him most likely are the ones who shot the other guy. But Gina was in there. Gina clearly shot him. Gina was unconscious. Okay? Also, why would she have any reason to shoot him versus two people who clearly show they have full capabilities to fire at somebody? Oh, yay. A little bit, but he's like, you know, head lawyery man. But I do like his outfit. I think it would be fun to like just see people cosplay all the different characters, like have like a group of cosplayers do like all the characters from one Ace Attorney game. It'd be pretty cool, and I imagine pretty chaotic, because I imagine so many people would be going, objection! I think his office is like in the Big Ben, because it's like, this is a giant clock face. But I don't know how loud it is, because I'm looking at all those gears turn, and I'm like, that has to be so loud. And like, you see a gear in the top left that's kind of moving up and down, so I'm like, I can't imagine how loud it is in there. I would take his office without the gears. They are pretty, but you ever been inside like a clock tower or bell tower and just hear all these very large gears just turning and moving and clanging? It can be surprisingly quiet, but they're like right next to his desk, so I imagine just hearing the clang, clang, clang. I'm surprised he can have a conversation. Now they're just like aesthetic, like they're not actually like moving heavy machinery. Because also he's in a clock, so does that mean every hour it just goes dong, dong? Or is it just like a quiet clock tower? It's like going on social media. All right, time to get her side of the story. What? You're in prison. How do you still have... Okay, sure. Did they not take it off of your body? You still have it. I I think you've already thought about this more than the writer did. I mean, I tend to just overthink a lot about everything because I'm like, wow, I love that office. That'd be really cool. And then it's like, wait a minute, there's gears. It's also a clock tower, which means it will go off every hour. And if I'm inside where the gears are, that means the bell is directly above me. Unless he just happens to step outside once an hour and like, that's my excuse to go see some sunshine. Like, I don't know. Or maybe it's just all aesthetic, right? Like maybe they don't make any sounds. It's just a quiet gear churning. Who knows? Joys of having, I wouldn't call it an overactive imagination, but just a brain that likes to think of all possible scenarios at any given moment. I think if you did a cigar break every hour, I think you'd have lung cancer. Normally, don't you, like, supposed to take your time smoking a cigar? Like, it's supposed to, like, last you a while. Or maybe that's it. Maybe he smokes a little bit, like 1 or 2 puffs, puts it out, goes back in, and then an hour later comes out and has, like, another puff or 2. Okay, so that could be. And not just, like, a whole cigar. I feel like that'd be bad. Maybe, like, a cigarello. Maybe. This is Victorian times. I didn't even know what cancer was. You know, maybe that's another thing I was thinking about. How did Iris get her medical degree? She's 10. Like, what? How old was she when she started? But then it's like, wait a minute, Victorian times. We didn't know that much about. Well, let me rephrase. The stuff we knew medically back then, I imagine, is much smaller than all the medical stuff we know now. So maybe her getting a medical degree back then took like a year, maybe 9 months, versus now where it takes like 10 plus years. I don't know, questions, man. Exactly. It's just like, I don't know how anybody agreed to be like, you know what, this 10-year-old's pretty smart, but she's a woman. She's pretty smart. She's got it. Like, I don't know. Ooh, maybe one of the, escapades goes into how she got it. I would hope so, because I'm like, how did you get a medical degree at 10? It normally takes years to get one. But I guess the question is, how long did it take to get one in Victorian times? I still thought it was like a couple years at least. Let me see if I can find the answer. No, not Victoria, Australia. Alright, hold on. I gotta read, so I gotta pause. I can only read one thing at a time. Medical trained in the Victorian era, 1837 to 1901. Oh, wait a minute. 1901? I thought it was past that. Hold on. UK and Japan treaty, which was effective 1902. Wait, Victorian era ends at 1901? I thought it was past 1901. I can see her sitting on someone's shoulders pretending to be a man. Hold on. What era is after Victorian? Oh, that's right. It was the Edwardian era. So we're in the Edwardian era. Okay, so none of this is Victorian times. Oh my goodness, we're in Edwardian times. Got it. Okay, so how long did it take for Edwardian time? Well, I guess we'll go based off Victorian, right? Because it's right there. Evolved from a roughly 2-year apprenticeship-based system to a more standardized 5-year university-based degree by the late 19th century. Initially, many doctors trained through a short 2-year, or in some cases, just a 3-year curriculum. By the 1890s, this was increased to a 5-year curriculum in most spaces. Okay, so she was 5? Unless in Edwardian times they changed it? Edwardian times, minimum of 5 years. Okay, so she was what, 5? When she started her medical training? Oh my goodness, Iris. Maybe she just picked like a specialized thing. I don't know, they say she has a medical degree. And I'm like, medical degree in what? Unless it's like to show like, oh no, she's just that smart that she didn't need 5 years. But I'm also like, There's only so much time in a day, so like, did you just start reading as soon as you opened your eyes? Okay, so we're in Edwardian era. Okay, got it. So this is all Edwardian time period. Gina, just say you didn't do it. What unforgivable lies have you told? Was it about the disc? Maybe she's a chiropodist and that's why Herlock says the game is afoot. Chiropodist? I feel like I'm saying that wrong. Chiropodist. Hold on. You mean a podiatrist? Hold on, pause. Yeah, I was like, what's a chiropodist? Because I was like, I know a podiatrist is a person that normally specializes in foot, ankle, and lower leg. What is a chiro? Chiropodist. What is a chiropodist? Often synonymous with a podiatrist, particularly in the UK and Canada. You have a different word for it. That's cool. Healthcare professionals specialize in diagnosing, treating, preventing foot and ankle disorders. Why do we have two different words for it? Why are we podiatrists and you're chiropodist? Weird. Interesting. That's why my joke didn't land. Yeah, I was just like, what's a chiropodist? But now I understand. You're right, she might be a chiropodist. And that might be why he's always like, a game's afoot, Watson, or Wilson in this case. She's like, where? Let me treat it. Interesting. Learning so many new words today. What? Chiropodist? Chiropodist? That doesn't sound any better. The fun pronunciation of words from the English language, American and British. Like what we say, what, aluminum? And I think over there it's aluminum, which makes sense. What tends to happen is we have a complex and you make it simpler. Oh, complex word and make it simpler. I guess, I mean, it's spelled the same, it's just pronounced different. Aluminum. Aluminum. Which makes sense because I'm like, yeah, if you take away the alu or alu, then what's left as the word is minimum. Like, I know learning English took me a second. Like, seeing the word 100, I was like, oh, 100. And they're like, no, it's a D. And I'm like, oh, right, English D, not German D. So, it just takes a second. Interesting. The US used to have these newspaper ads where you used to pay by letter, so words were often shortened and the shorter spellings just stuck. Is that not how ads work for you guys? I remember that being a thing where it's like, you know, you gotta pay by the letter. And that's like why some store names are really short and tiny. It's pretty cool. Well, I imagine they're not by the letter anymore, since we have the power of the internet. Well, at least we got confirmation that it was him who murdered. Interesting. Trademark. Well, that makes sense, right? Like, you couldn't trademark the word, like, hey, or, you know, something like that. Like, Technicolor. Oh. Okay, I see. Well, it makes sense, and I mean, it wouldn't take much for anybody to just do a quick Google search and research, but it's like, it does make sense. Just a glance of listening to it. Or, you know, it could also just be whatever region in America they grew up in, you know, school systems. Right? Like, if you were a farmhand, that's not to say that they all did it, but it's just like, the common trope was that you mainly worked on the farm. You didn't have time for school, so like, you knew how to write-ish. And you'd be like, look, as long as someone understands what I'm writing, it doesn't need to be like perfect and fancy. So it could be a bit of that. Right, we're talking about what, the 1900s? God, when were girls allowed to go to school? I know if you were like fancy rich, they sent you off. But I'm talking about like farmhands. I don't know. Sounds like a cool, fun research project, though. I mean, I figured it made sense because it's like, what, the calendar month is broken into 12 months now. Used to be 13, but now it's 12, which is why now we have leap years. So it's like, what, the first 3 months, it's like, oh, spring, the next 3, summer, then the next, no, 3, 6, 9, 12. Yeah, no, 3. So what do you mean it went out of fashion? When does fall start for you guys? Or is it more of like, you just kind of go based off the weather? Where it's like, yes, it is getting cooler and cooler around this time period versus this time, which makes sense because global warming is a thing and that's changing the climate. Like, I know a lot of people are like, wow, it's snowing now. It normally doesn't snow until, XYZ. Or like, I remember when I was a kid, it snowed at this time, but now it's snowing early. All right, back to the shop. Huh? Wait, so instead of saying fall, you guys said August? What? August is fall. August is the original name. Fall was another name for fall. Stop using the word, but the US kept using it. What? I'm so confused now. I don't understand. Are you saying we kept using fall or we kept using August? That requires more research into the fun calendar months. The US kept calling it fall, whereas we stopped using fall to refer to autumn. Autumn, sorry, not August. Okay, I was like, what? What do you mean? See, now you see why I was confused. Autumn. We use both. We use autumn and fall very interchangeably here. It's just fall is shorter than the word autumn. And sometimes people just say, it's fall, but you look at like merchandising and stuff and they're like, autumn leaves. Nah, you good. I thought I was going crazy. I was like, what? What do you mean we don't use the word August? Oh. But I was like, I'm pretty sure we use both pretty interchangeably here. But I'm guessing you guys just... Okay, so if I reread it, then you guys stick with autumn more and you don't use fall is what you're saying. Okay, that makes sense. Well, I guess each country has their own vibe. Never understand why some of the like clients we have will just be like, I'm giving up, and it's like, do you not believe in yourself that you didn't kill this person? Why you're just like, it's me, I'm awful, it's awful. Like, I'm pretty sure you didn't kill him. Pretty sure you didn't shoot Sherlock, so why aren't you declaring your innocence? I told unforgivable lies. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, another fan. What? But she still broke in. She could have just asked the guy. What up, Grams? So that's why you broke in, to make sure it was still there? Okay. I guess it's picking up the fan in the background. Let me see if I move it over here. I am good. Thanks for asking, Grams. We recently hit 100K on YouTube, so that is exciting. Now, if only I could get those people to subscribe to all the indie developers we have in our little bar. Then that way they can become YouTube partners and they can start earning some passive income on their trailers and videos for their games. You can't hear anything. Sorry, I'm whispering quietly a little bit because, you know, ASMR time. Oh, are you saying you don't hear the fan in the background, or you just don't hear me? Well, I hope you can hear me now. Oh, okay. Well, I see that the fan is getting picked up. Oh, you all good, Grams? No worries. We just watching our silly little court drama unfold, and as always taking forever to get to the point, but that's just fine as. It's got some pretty interesting stories. Some questionable things as always, like why is Holmes living with a 10-year-old? But, you know, it's a 10-year-old apparently with a medical degree, and it's just like, wait a minute, it took like 5 years back then to get a medical degree. How did she get one? So, confusing plot lines sometimes, but the outfits are cute, and the twists and turns are interesting. I know this is case number 5 for the first game, and then we'll take a little break, play some other games, and then I believe, if according to my schedule is correct, we'll start the second game towards the end of the month, so it's pretty exciting. And yeah, I'm waiting for the animation that I commissioned to come out, and I'm pretty much going to treat that as like a celebratory 100K we did it sub video, so I'm excited about that. But yeah, no, just going through the chat backlog, making our way. I can tell you that our stuff is all the way till 2027, so we got content planned. Can see what you mean, that it's a bit drawn out. Right, like we've already figured she's not the killer. She was just there to see if the manuscript was there. She's covered in blood from the bad guy who like kind of concocted this whole thing, but he's already dead because he got burnt alive. But it's like, it just takes a minute to get to it. And the thing is, we still have to have the whole trial, which means we're probably going to go over a lot of this information. So it's a little bit drawn out, but we do the best that we can. And sorry if you can hear the roommate in the background. But I'm still gonna do it because it happens, and you know, I'm trying to be a professional streamer. Because thank goodness I have a job, because otherwise I'd be homeless. Because you know, streaming doesn't really pay the bills, but we're doing what we can. So, cute games, cute dev games, and I mean, here's hoping that with hitting 100k subs, that, you know, now we can get verified on YouTube and we get the cool little buttons. Who knows, maybe that will help, like, boost the views a little. Because I think, what, we make about $8 a month on the YouTube, so huzzah! Well, thank you for saying you hope it gets better. I hope so too, but I mean, we've been YouTubing for almost, what, well over a decade, but I know we didn't go like super hardcore until like, what, after the first year of the pandemic? So it's just a big game of playing catch up and just trying to make some good stuff. I'm sure all my early stuff might be a little cringe, but whose early work isn't cringe, right? Yeah, you've been with us for a while, Grems. Good 4 years and 195 days. Wow. Isn't that like 4.5? Because there's, what, 365 days in a year? So, huzzah, congrats. Also, the API is deprecated and discontinued. What are you talking about, Nightbot? I guess I'll have to talk to Nightbot about that command. I think you were like one of the first few people who like followed me, because I know it was like you and what was his name? It was that card game that I could never pronounce. I do not remember how I found you. It might have been through what was it? It was that little, not Castle Crashers. But that little game where you put down little soldiers and like fought in other people's battles and like every 30 minutes they would fight. Yukusha, that was his name, Yukusha. I remember that's how Yukusha found me. So I imagine through that. Or maybe through somebody else. Yeah, Stream Raiders. That's what it's called. I know a few people found me through that. Which is pretty cool. I'm glad you found me when you did, buddy. That's crazy to think. I've been doing hardcore streaming for almost like 5 years. My goodness, we played so many games too. And we've had such an influx of developers asking us to play their game. So, I'm like, I know I might not play the super popular games, but I do what I can in my little corner of the internet. That is awesome, but you do play a lot of indie titles, different audience. That is very true. I do go through a lot of the indie games, which is an entirely different audience, because most, indie games have an end, whereas, Call of Duty or Marvel Rivals has like, new season, or, new season, new session. But in my brain, I'm like, it's the same thing. Get the objective, get the objective, get the objective. Maybe different character, get the objective. I'm like, no. I need an end. I need an end to my games. So I can just be like, the chapter is closed on that game. To the next one. Which I know there's a few early access games we have that we just have to sit and wait for them to be finished. And it's just like, dang it. I wish they were done so I could finish them. Like, what is it? Nomia? Such a good game. I can't wait till that's finished. Ooh. And that other one, Method Files, I think is what it's called. Ooh, also the Carmen Sandiego one. See, so many games that are just sitting there in a limbo state. But it's okay. I'm just a tiny little streamer that does what they can. And for whatever reason, my YouTube is popular in Indonesia. And I'm like, hello, thank you, Indonesian fans. Which I guess just means I don't have to super worry about anybody being like, oh my god, is that NinaMeep? Because I now work in a customer-facing position. So like that fear is kind of always there, but I'm like, nah, we be fine. Grams.
XREMI just resubscribed for 24 months.
Did you just subscribe for 6 months in advance? You're so silly, Grams. Thank you. You're gonna make me cry. Just like fixing those audio issues, your sub is music. Oh, thank you, Frosty. Thanks for tuning in and supporting the journey through Ace Attorney and beyond. Your support hits all the right notes. Yay! Man, I hope your life is going well. I hope you're having a good time. That's good. That's good. I'm glad it's going well. Well enough. Well, I hope it goes better. Oh, heck yeah. Hold on. Hold on. Story mode, you better stop so I can do this. Yeah. And congratulations! Yay! Congratulations on getting married. That's so awesome to hear. And moving to another country. Very nice, very nice. I imagine the weather's gonna be a little bit different than what you're used to. But hey, it's pretty exciting. Well, congratulations. Right, once you get there, things should calm down a lot more. Yeah. Yeah, I would agree. I can't imagine how difficult that must be. Well, I'm glad that you're moving closer to family, so yeah, I hope everything kind of settles down and relax a little, you know, being in a better environment. Good. Shoot, I had to do the same thing. I had to, you know, I say escape, but that sounds silly in comparison to what you're doing. But, you know, had to quickly leave the Texas state and leave behind the job. That was a very nice paying job. But, you know, when the HR doesn't help you, when the police don't help you, you're like, I gotta go before this turns into me getting murdered or something else. So, time to leave. And now we're here in Illinois with a very small minimum wage job, but it pays rent. And then I just have to be creative in other avenues to do the other stuff. But rent is paid. That's all I gotta worry about. So, like, anytime my coworkers are like, who wants my shift? I'm like, me. Give me your shift. Hand it over. But hopefully I have some good news for you guys in like a month or two, because I'm still applying to other jobs. So, we're on the upward track, buddy. We can only go up from here. Oh, wow. Oh, man, yeah. That's definitely going to be a very opposite weather. But it might be nice to be like, cold weather. Very nice. I know it's been snowing like crazy here, and I'm just like, I only have clothes for Texas, so I have to like quickly get some boots and a coat so it wouldn't freeze out there. Yeah, no, that was crazy. I was like, I literally have proof. I literally have evidence to show that they stole my identity to get a solar panel. And I now have 30K debt attached to my name that I only found out because I was trying to buy a house. And they were like, oh yeah, this is how much you could get, you know, with all the debt to your name. And I was like, what debt to my name? I don't own anything. I have a credit card, which is like maybe 2K. What do you mean 30? So, it was crazy. But the police were just like, this doesn't look like something we could win. I'm like, I have the literal proof. And they were like, we're not gonna prosecute. And I'm just like, And then, you know, just being like, hey, work, my underling, because I was his boss, stole my identity. I request that I don't work with him anymore. And they're like, but he really likes working on the night shift. And I'm like, okay, can you just put me in a different department? I don't care if I'm not a manager anymore. I just can't work with him anymore. And they're like, So I was like, F this, I'm out. So now we're here. Now I work at a retail shop where I sell Magic the Gathering cards to people versus helping stop terrorist attacks and find suicidal people. You know, it's a crazy, like, would that be a 180? Yeah. No. It's a 90, because 180 is a circle. No, 180 is half. Ugh, math. I can't math right now. I'm reading while trying to math in my head. Isn't that the revolutionary guy from the newspaper? I think it is. Right? Yeah, they're all from past stuff. That's probably not good. Really? At random?
action!
Not gonna lie, they look precious. They almost remind me of like pugs. Nash Skulkin. Ringle Skulkin. Okay.
Objection!
Objection!
It really isn't. It's not a good look. But I'm already pretty sure my client didn't do it. So now it's just a matter of proving it. But also it is really weird that like out of, they said what, 6 billion people? That all these jurors, I already know them. It's quite sus. No, from what I'm getting is that like she broke in, right? Gina broke in because she wanted to see if the manuscript was still there because she was like, adults are lying. I bet your manuscript isn't there anymore, Iris. So she goes there to see if the manuscript is still there. And then kind of what I'm getting from these two guys is that they then broke in after her to like rob the place or whatever. You're probably gonna die. And then our guy was like, I guess he tried to fight him off. And I'm guessing they shot him. And then, you know, she has the gun, so she's like, okay, these guys killed him, I'm gonna defend myself. But for whatever reason, she passes out with the gun in her hand. So everyone's like, she did it, she killed him. And she's like, like she's given up. And I'm like, why have you given up? Just say you didn't do it.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Excuse me!
Aw, thank you to subscribing me to NinaMeep. As a dual citizen of support, you've unlocked the ultimate badge of honor. Let's make this trial a victory for justice and community. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. You can't object to his subscription. He can do what he wants. Though it looks like I probably will have to give Frosty a subscription so that way they can use my emotes. Hee Oh wait, my goodness, I still have the freaking promotional thing. Actually, can I put that on while I'm live, or can I only do it when I'm not live? But aha, you must explain in ridiculous detail why he can do what he wants, as is the Ace Attorney way. Hold on, where's my little discount thing? My goodness, where is that? Is it this? Discount promotion. I don't know, I'm feeling froggy. I have what? 24 hours remaining? When does it reset? Oh. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, they changed it. I used to have like 60 some hours. Now I only have 24 for the entirety of until 2027, January 31st. Well, then I'm just gonna do 2 hours. Oh, but you only have 3 promos, which means you can only do it 3 times. And it's 5+ gift subs. I'm only doing 1. Dang it. Well, I guess if we're feeling froggy. Why not? I don't know how to explain in ridiculous detail except he's a cool guy. That's all the evidence you need. He's just a cool guy. There, now there's promo discounts. So if I say this, and then this, and then this, I'm putting this, this, and then this. Okay, just making sure that the price point is the same whether in OBS or on the computer. Sure. There. Ta-da! Well, I can't argue with that. Besides, I want to get off early for dinner. I find the defendant innocent. Exactly.
NinaMeep gifted FrostyTools.com a subscription. NinaMeep gifted A-Tier 1 sub to FrostyTools.com.
Thanks, voiceover. I like how they say my name, NinaMeep. It's very cute. There. Now every time it talks to us, it should have access to the emotes. And with Twitch's new, like, spendable thing, I was able to use some of the previous money we earned through our subs to pay for that sub. Huzzah! So, thank you. Thank you to everyone who subscribed today. I wish I had known y'all were planning this because I could have brought out the discount. But then again, it seems to be only for 5 or more gift subs. But does buying 12 months count? I don't know. Either way, we're here. Look at that. Look at that, Frosty Tools. The ultimate plot twist, supporting themselves with a gifted sub, just like in the best stores. Here's to more adventures and snacks in the kitchen. Frosty, don't call me out like that, okay? I was making a snack. I had my phone, and then somebody was revealed to be murdered, which was our suicidal guy. So, you know, don't be mean to me, okay? I was in the kitchen going, no! And I was like, must finish making sandwich, and then I'll be back. I was called out by the own bot. How dare you? How dare you? Well, we're going a little longer today because for whatever reason my work was like, you work at 5 today, not at 3. And I'm like, really? You sure? Like, it's always been 3 o'clock and now it's 5? So, you know, being a good little corporate person I am, I was like, are you sure it's 5 and not 3? And they haven't gotten back to me, so...
Objection!
Objection!
Hold it! Take that!
It wouldn't be an Ace Attorney game if somebody didn't lie in their testimony and then be like, oh, actually, the truth is this. They keep saying he was killed in the storeroom, but I'm like, how do we know he wasn't shot outside the storeroom and then went in and then locked it?
Take that! Take that!
So, I imagine the two robbers are just another red herring, right? Because they're like, Gina did it, and then they're like, no, they did it. I'm thinking it's that Ashley guy that we met in the store, who was super suspicious. So, thinking it was him, and we'll just leave it at that.
Objection! Take that! Objection!
protection!
Guilty.
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 protection.
Hold it!
Thank you, Grams. Thank you. I will say we'll probably try to find a good stopping point here at some point, because I do have to go and get ready for work at some point. So let's see if we can find a nice stopping point here in a little bit.
Objection! that! Take that!
Curious. What? It's made up of different elements? I'm assuming she means like blood type? That's Holmes, right? If not Holmes, because Holmes did get shot, it might be the perpetrator who shot our guy. I love that the doctor's just like, whose blood is it?
Objection!
Maybe here, like, whose identity? Right? Or like, oh, this is like perfect. Who is the third intruder? I'm thinking it's Egbert Benedict. I thought his name was Ashley. Whatever. It's Egbert. But I think that is a good stopping point, you know, dun dun. It's like, who is the third intruder? Whose blood is on the calendar? Most likely that guy. But with that, we will have our little fancy save. We went a little bit over, but that's okay, because for whatever reason, work decided to push its hours back. But thank you everyone for stopping by, and I will see you tomorrow for, I'm guessing, the conclusion of case number 5. So until next time, Zuzu is Masi. Bye-bye.